Hey, everybody. Hope you had a good day yesterday. I'm making an adjustment to the notes here. Okay. So we are on the top of page 3. We're going to do segment 4, skin protection. Like the idea of going into the winter time is the tendency is the skin gets a little drier. Um, I don't know that I'd say that it gets more irritated, but what I'd say is that we just think of the skin as the skin. We don't really think of like all the different things that it does. And the skin is tied to our immunity. It's tied to lymphatic function. It's tied to neurotransmitters. Um, it will affect even because of its ability to detoxify, or when it's not detoxifying, it can actually even contribute to digestive issues. Um, I've treated a few individuals where they had mood issues, like a mood disorder. And the way that we were able to resolve it, we did a bunch of different things. We tried, treating old issues and this and that. And the thing that actually finally resolved it was we treated the skin. And the skin just threw off the chemistry in the brain because of its sluggishness, right? And so even in old textbooks that are not holistic in nature, but like old school physicians, like from the turn of the century, like early 1900s, they would talk about that when people were sick, when they had colds and flus, part of the issue was the skin was depleted. Basically the skin was sluggish and depleted. And so we really don't think about that these days. I mean, I know we talk about it here from time to time, but like I probably should be talking about it more. It's just one of those things that when the skin is off, it really can start to reflect in a lot of different areas in the body. And so, you know, the thing that we're saying here is okay, so under, like, if you're following along in the book, under the second part where it talks about the oil blend, then there's a little spot that says you can apply 3 to 5 drops of one of the above essential oils into like a lotion or a massage oil and apply to an affected area. So if there's an area in your skin that is a little drier or a little more irritated, more susceptible to the cold, a lot of times we'll see it in the hands, but it could be one of those things that you do through the winter time is just apply lotion to the body. Another way that I get this kind of treated for myself is in salt baths. And I'm not even doing them every day, but I'll use one of the oils listed here and take a salt bath maybe once or twice a week just to kind of keep the skin, pumped up. Putting some of these oils on your wrist will also impact the skin and eventually will impact all the other areas. I'd say one of the areas that gets overlooked. Like the hands we become aware of because, our attention is a little bit more fixated on the hands. Like, you're like, oh, my hands feel dry. You're aware of them because you're doing stuff with them. Your attention's on your hands. But one of the other big areas is your feet. And a lot of times the feet are just as bad as the hands, if not even worse. And we really don't pay attention to them because they're way down there. You know what I mean? They got socks on it, they got a shoe on it. We really don't think about it. And to treat the feet, the skin on the feet, um, I find it has a benefit to the overall health of an individual. And so we even talked about at one point, remember where we were going to make, help like people do masks and things on their face. We were going to do feet masks. But I was like, it's pretty weird. I don't know if people are going to want to do it. But like I have a big barrel of all the makings to do feet masks, and we just never did it. But um, uh, it's important to treat the skin, but like hit the hot spots, like the elbows, the knees, the feet, the hands, and then if you have like some sort of area that's a little bit of a hot spot. I'm seeing that I left out an oil in the single oils, and that would be parsley. Parsley easily could be in this mix. One of the best oils for like sluggish skin is the blend, but also carrot seed. Carrot seed is amazing for the skin. Parsley is amazing for the skin. Parsley is amazing for the skin when the skin is very depleted. And so, yeah, I just thought, this is something that we should touch on because I would say through the years, watching people who get sick often or have a hard time getting over being sick, it's not the total issue, but a significant issue is the skin. And the skin is depleted. And so when the skin is depleted, we don't recover from colds and flus as quickly as we could. The skin is still a reflection of other things going on in the body. Whenever you treat the skin, your lungs, liver, kidneys, spleen, all these areas start to detoxify, right? As soon as you start to treat the skin, as soon as you initiate some sort of um, purification or stimulation of the skin, those organs start to detoxify the the blood. And so treating the skin for a lot of conditions isn't something that we think of. But, there's a lot of lymphatic movement that can get stimulated in the skin. There's a lot of detoxification of the blood that can get stimulated in the skin. There's been times where people have had like a really super high elevated um, like blood pressure, right? And one of the things they'll say, they'll go, my skin feels like it's buzzing or it's tingling. And that's the neurotransmitter activity in the skin. I'm not saying treating the skin's gonna reduce blood pressure. I mean, it may be a little bit, but not enough as a solid treatment. But still, when the body goes into a chaotic state, you can see the impact of the skin because of the things that start happening in the skin. And so I just thought we'd throw it in the mix. You know, if you're really wanting to do long-term treatment for the skin, or at least treatment through the winter time, I would also do either the lotion or massage oil to the body with some of these oils mixed in, or a salt bath. But here we're going to treat it from an energetic point of view. So you have carrot seed, cistus, dark blue tansy, green myrtle, helichrysum. I'd also, excuse me, parsley. Parsley should have made that list. And then the blend moisturize and revitalize. So choose what oil you're going to use. Cistus gets used in cosmetics quite a bit because of its astringent properties. Green myrtle actually gets used in cosmetics quite a bit because of its anti-inflammatory impact on the skin. And then helichrysum is just amazing on so many levels. Cosmetic industry uses a lot of helichrysum. Sometimes I have a hard time getting helichrysum because the cosmetic companies buy up a bunch of it. So, okay, so we have our oils and we're all good with, okay. So we're going to do just the standard approach for the four quadrants of the aura. This isn't necessarily doing auric programming, but we're just kind of cleaning up the ball of light a little bit and then doing the ball of light, right? So we're going to start with the left side of the body, left side of the face, neck, the left shoulder, ribs, the left hip, down the leg to the left outer ankle. And you're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Move your awareness to the front side of your body, your face and throat, your chest, abdomen, pelvis, down the fronts of your legs to the tops of your feet. Your awareness is on the right side of the body, right side of the face and neck, your right shoulder and ribs, your right hip, down the outer leg to the right outer ankle. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then the back side of the body, back of the head and neck, your whole back, your hips, the backs of the legs to your heels. And then pause and be still. Just being still. Those kind of things. Yeah. The other thing that I would say is I don't think we realize sometimes how much stress is held in the skin. The skin can have a high level of stress, but it's not like we walk around going, oh, my skin is so stressed out. We don't know it, but it just throws off function. So, okay. So we're going to come back to that, but we're going to go to the visualizing the ball of light. So you're visualizing the ball of light. You're completely surrounded by the ball of light. And then pause and let go. Again, you're visualizing the ball of light. You're completely surrounded by the ball of light. Front and back, left and right, above and below. You're visualizing the ball of light and you're inhaling with your awareness on the ball of light. And then pause and be still. Just being still. Okay, let's do the four quadrants again. Left side of your body, left side of your face and neck, your left shoulder. Your left ribs and hip, down the outer leg to the left outer ankle. your front side of your body, your face and throat, your chest, your abdomen, front of your pelvis, down the fronts of your legs to the tops of your feet. Your awareness is on the right side of your body, right side of your face and neck, your right shoulder, ribs, your right hip, down the outer leg to the right outer ankle.
the back side of the body, back of the head and neck, your whole back, your hips, down the backs of your legs to your heels. And then just pause and let go. Just pause and let go. Again, visualize the ball of light. And then pause and be still. Now, one of the things that I like to do with this is I like to hit the hot spots, even with just directing the energy of the plant, like how we're doing with the four quadrants and the ball of light. So the thing that I would say is still use the oil that you're using and inhale with your awareness on your hands. Put your awareness on your hands. And now move your awareness to your feet. And then just pause. How'd that feel for you? It did what? Did it really? Okay, let's do some shares and questions. You can unmute yourself, type in.
Relaxed but not sleepy.
Yeah, it feels good, huh? I always feel like fortified or something. That's the way I would.
Yeah, go ahead, Gayatri.
Hey,
Hi, good morning. Sorry, Greg, I missed the first 20 minutes or so, so pardon the redundancy in my question if possible. So when we do the left side and the front side and the right side, back side, are you inhaling the oil and then sort of visualizing the kind of the energy, kind of going from head to toe or the heel?
you're just putting your awareness on those areas. Like you're putting your awareness on the whole left side or the whole front side. And as you inhale, the energy, like the plant and the energy will do what it does. I mean,
Oh,
some of it's the energy, but even if you look at like the idea we were kind of talking about it yesterday, the idea of like blockages is
mm,
really uh, um, a different term would be dysregulation. And so even when we look at the energetic mechanics, like, oh, this area is congested or this area is contaminated or this area is very vibrant, really that's a reflection of the play between the vagal tone and dysregulation. And so, yes, there's an energetic component, but you're also putting your awareness on that side of the body. So for one, you're anchoring your attention. You're anchoring like where you're directing the energy of the plant to go.
mm,
So you're putting it on the whole left side, and in a way, you're basically we're going through and we're working the quadrants of the aura, right? We're basically working the quadrants of what is the ball of light. And even when we talk about the ball of light is a manifestation of like a balanced state of the nervous system or your higher faculties, right?
mm,
There's also a lower component of that ball that is driven by your lower nature. And so, conditioning, dysregulation, the effects of like primal drives. And so even when we're visualizing the ball of light, we're shifting the aura from more of those lower drives to more of like the higher drives or the higher qualities. So there's a lot of different things going on with this, and we're basically just doing it like a grid where you go left side, front side, right side, back side, and you're kind of systematically when you're working the ORIC programs, which, this isn't really a program that we're working. There's like a whole class where we go into like different ORIC programs, but you're still kind of working the grids of the aura to refine it specific to the skin and the functions of the skin. Then when you come back and you visualize the ball of light, then it becomes easier to have increased improved vagal tone and a diminishing of the dysregulation in the sympathetic nervous system. There's also other things happening. There's things happening between like the expression of the psyche through the somatic nerves, which the negative side of that would be psychosomatic issues. Like there's a whole, I mean, we could go on and on and on and on about the ball of light, but like I try to keep it simple so we can digest little pieces at a time. So you're shifting the energy on that side. You don't necessarily need to direct it or visualize what the energy is doing. If you just put your attention there, there's something happening with the energy, there's something happening with the nervous system, there's something happening even with the psyche, there's something happening even with the aspect of self-image. Um,
Mhm.
and so each piece, we're just systematically going through and treating these things and then coming back and visualizing the ball of light.
Yeah, and thank you. That's a great explanation. And then I was thinking from the perspective of the quality of oils, like I haven't received all the oils, but when I think of like carrot seed or whatever,
Mhm.
is there like a yin versus a yang quality to the left side versus the right side sort of awareness?
Somewhat.
Oh.
Like the front of the aura is a little bit more of um, the dysregulation in the sympathetic nervous system. The
Mhm.
backside is a little bit more vagal tone oriented, although it's not completely. It's like the front still has an impact on vagal tone, back still has an impact on the sympathetic nervous system. The left and right side is tied a bit more to like how the play between the sympathetic nerves and the parasympathetic nerves go back and forth with each other and the generation of um, the homeostatic emotion or body emotion, because there's different kinds of emotion. There's psychological emotion, but a lot of emotion of what we call emotion is body emotion.
Yes.
And the sides have a lot more to do with the emotional component, like how the play between sympathetic and parasympathetic play out, or how the nervous system, or I should say, how the body is being heard or not heard by the mind, by the brain. And so the left and right side play out a little bit more of that aspect.
Okay. And the reason
Yeah.
I asked is I always felt like when I was doing the left side awareness, it felt a little bit less accessible or available, if you will. And then so did the back side, whereas the front and the right side felt much more easily
Hmm.
accessible. I'm using those words. I
Yeah,
don't know
that's
what else to say.
different spots are going to feel different, and it will probably. I mean, sometimes people might feel that way across the board, but a
Mm,
lot of times it depends on what we're trying to access. We might feel it like here, you feel it that way with this, but if we were working like, the respiratory system or something, it might feel actually very different with that as well.
okay. Okay. So in this case, the focus was at the skin level Just to be clear, because we are
Yeah,
like,
you're not going too deep into the body.
oh,
It's skin level, but it's not because we're doing skin. You're
right.
just putting your awareness there, no matter what we were doing, be
Okay.
it that we were doing respiratory system or we were working on the liver or the brain, it would still be on skin level because you're just trying to anchor your attention on that side because really you're working like there but out a little bit. But it's
Oh,
hard for you to go, okay, I actually tried it like a few years ago where I was like, put your attention or awareness 3 or 4 feet out. And
mm,
you don't have anything to anchor your mind on. So it makes it easy to like drift off.
got it.
So by anchoring it on the body, you have a focal point, and then it still impacts 3 or 4 feet out, but your mind has something to concentrate on.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
You're so welcome.
And go ahead, Donita.
Hey, hey, how are you?
Good morning. Holy moly, I used the moisturize Rivet. Blah.
Hmm.
I didn't expect it to be so strong.
I'm telling you, the skin's way more of a thing. I mean, I know that I've every time we start talking about the skin, I was like, oh, the skin. I forget it all the time, and like I'm always the one going, oh, the skin, and I still forget. It's an easy thing to overlook. It's a super easy thing to overlook. We think about it when, oh, I have some eczema, or oh, I have a little dry patch, or something. But the skin, plays quite the role. And if you think about even like when we do the work, the energetic side of things with the health rays, the health rays basically are little perpendicular lines that are coming out from the pores of your skin. And so the skin is, a barrier between the outer and the inner world. And so, this idea of sympathetic dysregulation or the cultivation of vagal tone from the point of view of the skin, as you start to kind of think it out, it's like it makes total sense. Why wouldn't I treat the skin? But we just I don't want to say we take it for granted, but it's not a focal point like other things can be, you know.
Well, the skin is also the largest organ in the
Yeah,
body.
totally.
And but it was just so, I thought, oh, it's going to be just, whatever. It's going to be light and fluffy, but it was strong. It knocked me out. I kept dropping the bottle and it kept visions, kept
Sure.
taking me
Yeah.
on. And also just the feeling of like, how you aerate the earth or like the wine to
Uh-huh.
bring it. That's how I feel right now. Like just doing just what we just did. I just feel like my entire body is feeling fluffed up, aerated
Hmm.
somehow. Like there is, I don't know. Yeah, that's the closest I can think right now in my fuzzy head.
Well, like I keep going on about, oh, and it does this and it does that. Like, for either healing or spiritual aspects, spiritual growth aspects, we talk about the physicalization of light or the physicalization of soul energy into the body. And if you look at it from a mechanical point of view, that there is an aspect, the manifestation of the struggle between the higher nature and the lower nature. It manifests in our physiology, like even how the sympathetic nervous system, fight, flight versus rest and repair. We spend time trying to harmonize them, but when there's dysregulation, these things are very much at odds. And so there's a kind of, you know, chaos or a kind of uh, adversarial component, kind of that is kind of in the design. It's still a manifestation of divine intelligence. And divine intelligence just isn't harmony. It's a play of light and form, essence and form. And so we have this manifestation of it in the body. And you could even go deeper into any of the body systems and see this play between the form and the light. And if you look at the idea of the skin, there is mechanics of physicalizing light into the body or into the form. And one of the mechanics that helps to purify out the resistance to the light that's in the design of the body that's associated with the lower nature is through sweating, like perspiration. It's the whole premise of the sweat lodge. Like you go, you do spiritual practices, and then you sweat like a maniac. And in doing that, you physicalize light into the body. And then the same idea with, like, I think it's called Bikram yoga, where they do the hot, sweaty yoga. There are processes in different traditions where they do action and activities where they're not just moving, but they're trying to induce like a sweating process while you're either right after you've done some sort of spiritual practice or ceremony or during the spiritual practice and ceremony to physicalize light into the body. And this plays out in the aspects of like the health rays, but also it's the skin. The skin is the like you could call it a barrier, but I would say almost like it's a kind of like veil or threshold to getting something in. And, the more that you treat the skin, the more likely that that light is going to physicalize.
That's fantastic. So I
Mm.
guess using your body tonics, alternating
Yeah.
every day.
Anything that is like energy based, like I mean, even the idea of the work programs and everything, it's not only the skin, but, the skin being, um, because the aura interpenetrates the body. So, like, it's mixing with the skin quite substantially and going even a bit deeper. And then it starts to organize and go into like the chakras and the meridians and, all those kinds of things. And the skin plays a significant role in the energetics of like the energetic anatomy. Yeah.
Mm. And you know how we say, in practices, like activating to the heart, you inhale this oil and you feel the heart
Mhm.
activating. And through the whole process, I felt like my skin was being activated, like opening, like
Mhm.
like aerated, and the body kept getting more relaxed and almost like
Yeah,
melting into the with each in breath,
right.
to the point where at some point I found that I was so still that I was kind of like I lost. I was like, am I inhaling or am I exhaling? What am I doing?
Right. I mean, even Samantha said, like, when we were done, she goes, I feel relaxed but alert,
Mm.
and again, we don't really think about like the level of stress in the skin or the level of dysregulation or poor vagal tone in the skin. But like I talked about this a long, long time ago before we were ever doing Zoom. So it was always like when I was doing things in person. And it was in the first couple of times I taught the pain class, which went over like a lead balloon. Um, I think the first booklet I had for the pain class, it was to nurse practitioners, and it was like 250 pages or something. It was ridiculous. And, I was just excited to share it. It didn't go over very well. But I had this whole section on areas of chronic pain or like arthritis or something like that is these processes for treating and cleaning the skin on those areas. And that usually, you know, it wouldn't eradicate the issue, but it would usually diminish pain and accelerate the healing process. And I even thought that, you know, because anytime there's pain, the pain will cause dysregulation in the body, and then eventually, especially with sharp pain, the the pain will cause bronchial spasms. You know, so the bronchial spasms I felt became diminished and became easier to treat by treating the skin. But it started to be that there was like so many steps that I mean, it was just starting to be like too much. Like it starts to get too complicated. It's not we're doing all at once. Like I had this like kind of long-term strategy on like how to treat chronic pain. And most people only want like a couple of steps, and this had like 12 or 15 steps. And you know, to be done over a period of time, not like in a week or two, but like over several months. But so you know, the skin became a big role. And then in arthritis, arthritic conditions, because of the dysregulation that happens, throws off the inner ear. And so to treat the skin over the areas that are like arthritic, that you take out that dysregulation, and it makes the treatment of the inner ear much more stable. And if you think about, if the body perceives that a joint is compromised, it tries to stabilize the spine. And in the case of arthritis, it's not trying to stabilize the lower spine, it's trying to stabilize the neck. And then the neck plays a direct role into the inner ear. You know, the sternocleidomastoid on each side um, directly impacts the inner ear. And so if the body is tightening up the neck to stabilize some sort of disruption in the joints, especially the arms and legs or even of the spine, then the impact is the physiology goes protect the neck because this knee is compromised. You know, this knee has bone spurs, or you know, it doesn't have very much cartilage. So we might fall, we might slip, we might walk weird, we might whatever, and so protect the neck. And so even, you know, I haven't seen enough cases to be able to validate this, but I would say in probably 20 cases, even the treatment of bone spurs on the heel actually reduced the dysregulation in the inner ear. You know, who would think that? Like nobody would think that. But if you think about it from the point of the view of the body, it makes total sense. It's just that we always look at it from the point of view of our mind. But if you get inside the body and you go, well, if I'm the body and I'm trying to function and get through the day, if I have heel spurs, it throws off alignment and function and how I walk. Makes sense. But we never think about it like that. You know, we think about it from an intellectual point of view.
Thank you for all this. I love when
These are the weird things that I sit around and think about. Sometimes I even like saying some of these things out loud because I'm like, it's gonna make me sound like, you know, I don't know.
no, it's I love when you go,
Yeah.
you know.
It's a very osteopathic point of view, but like even osteopathic principles these days, uh, I would say that they got lost by the early 1900s. You know, and there's people who still kind of embrace them a bit, But the old school osteopaths, like from the mid 1800s, they were just super practical guys that were, they had like this kind of spiritual mysticism to it. Like they would refer to the lymphatic system, the lymph and lymphatic function is spiritual fluid. And, at first view, you go, that's kind of a weird thing to say. But if you look at how much lymphatic function is tied to proper vagal tone, and proper vagal tone being associated with the intuitive mind, and when it's not functioning, you're in dysregulation and you're stuck more in intellect, spiritual fluid makes tons of sense. But if you just look at it very literal, like you're like, what does that even mean? It's that these things are a reflection of something happening. It's like with the old school alchemy, they didn't really give a lot of written explanation. You would have to look at images and go, this is a reflection of something. This is because of this, or because it's a very three-dimensional way of looking at things, where intellect looks at things very two-dimensionally. So it's just a different like um, perspective, because even the two-dimensional perspective where we see things very literally, that's just a kind of dysregulation. It's just a dysregulation in the nervous system that then the intellect tries to make sense out of and still tries to resolve some of those issues, but it's just moving things around trying to make it make sense. Yeah.
Greg,
Mhm.
can you please, please, please put all this magic into a book?
Yeah, it'll probably be out in like February or March.
Oh, you already are.
Yeah,
Perfect.
it's already in motion.
Oh, perfect. Because it's like, yeah, you're bringing
There's a series of 5 books that we're doing. The Angel Encyclopedia was the first one.
amazing.
Yeah.
Amazing.
The next one's The Ball of Light.
Amazing. Perfect.
Yeah.
It's perfect. Thank you so much for this class and for everything.
Yeah, so it's like mysticism, kind of like those 5 books are going to be mysticism explained, you know. Yeah.
And then we had some questions and shares as well. Do salt baths dry the skin?
Um, I go back and forth with that. I never found that to be the case. I have had some people say that. So this is what we do. We use pool salt. We don't use just regular table salt. I mean, we do sometimes, but we use pool water softening salt in that. And I find it to be just as cleansing and not quite as drying. And so, but for years I just used regular table salt. I never found that it dried my skin. In fact, like sometimes my nose gets oily. I was like, maybe I need to put a little salt on that. No, I'm kidding. But um, I never found that to be an issue. But like if you're already struggling with it, if you do find that, um, just like when you get out, put a little lotion on, or, especially when the body is wet, put a little sesame oil on or a little lotion, and it kind of locks the moisture in. Yeah. Even if you don't put essential oil on with it, if you do it like you don't even really like towel off, you just uh, rub the lotion on while the body is wet, it kind of locks the moisture in and helps to moisturize. I think the other thing for me that might not dry out the skin is like I don't towel off. Like I know it's kind of weird, but I get off and I just kind of stand there for a couple of minutes and like I don't know, brush my hair or whatever and then let the body naturally dry so it does absorb some of the water that way.
And I mean, just for me, I do salt baths pretty much every night. In the winter, I do have to moisturize more, just in
So you do.
general.
Yeah,
So,
so you do feel it in the winter.
mm, And then go ahead, Peggy.
Hey,
Hi, I am one of the 20% of humans that do not visualize. And
mhm.
I love the white light, but I can't see it. Any, and I'm a hypnotist, and so I understand visualizing and not visualizing. But do you have any extra thoughts?
Yeah, be aware of the space around you that's like a couple feet away, but I would still try to visualize. Even though you don't do it right off the bat, I would still do it because you're trying to get the intellectual mind to integrate the concept of the expression of light. So
Okay.
I would still go through the steps.
Okay. And one day the light may turn on.
Even if it doesn't, you're still trying to train the intellect to get the idea or the concept of the expression of light. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, it's frustrating. It's a little frustrating.
Yeah. But you can start with like, okay, I'm being aware of like the from my skin to about a few feet out, I'm being aware of this space. I find that to be harder. But um uh you can do that and then eventually you'll start to become aware of, you know, the idea of the visualization is to that light is always there, but you're trying to not just get the intellectual mind on board with it, but you're also trying to increase the communication between intellect and intuition. And so that's even a more refined aspect of, how we talk about vagal tone and the dysregulation of the nervous system is the more that we're able to get those two things to integrate, the manifestation would be that there's a better balance between sympathetic nerves and fight, flight, action, and activity with the rest and repair mode. Like there would be a physical manifestation of that. And so, even if you can get it immediately, keep practicing it so that, at least you keep putting that in motion. And then at some day that you see it, the importance isn't really that you see it or not. It's more about the byproduct of what those things do.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you. I'll work
you're
on
so
that.
welcome.
I'll be
Yeah.
shining my light on you one more time.
And go ahead, Danelle.
Hey, hey.
Hey Greg, I liked that process with the skin,
Yeah, it
and
feels really good, huh?
it does, and I think I had mentioned yesterday that I was having rashes and whatnot, and I do feel like it calmed some of that stuff down too, which was interesting.
Yeah, like you could treat um I keep like looking at this list. I was like, I left a few oils off. Like parsley got left off, coffee got left off. How I missed coffee, I don't know. And then spikenard. I don't know. I was like,
Oh,
was I drinking cough syrup that day or something and just not paying attention? Oh my God. But um spikenard might be the thing you might want to use for something like that because spikenard is incredibly balancing to the skin.
yeah,
Anytime you see a rash, it's always kind of hard to tell what causes rashes. But
yeah,
like sometimes I'd say a lot of times it probably is a reflection of something in the digestive tract, but sometimes it's also how the lungs can try to detoxify. And sometimes it's especially if it starts to be like acne or like little pimples or something, it's the body's trying to detoxify at a very rapid rate, that it's almost like overwhelming to the skin. And so,
okay,
when I start getting like a little, like I'll get like little dry patches sometimes, and I'm like, and I'll treat it topically, and then I'm like, it gets a little better, but then I'll go through and I'll do some other work like on the digestive tract or sometimes even on muscle and fascia, and it goes away. And so the other one that you might think about, and it's more because it
it, well, it's vetiver, right? And it's not
Okay.
even so
Yeah.
much about using vetiver on the spots, but I'd rub the vetiver on the base of the skull. You could also put it on the chest and inhale it and everything, but along the whole like base of the skull.
Okay.
Because the thing there is that it it's very regulating to the immune system. Like it strengthens the immune system, but if the immune system is hypervigilant or hyperreactive,
Yeah.
it actually can have a calming effect in that area. And it is stimulating to proper function of hormones, like the endocrine system.
Okay.
And so, and then also it's just very grounding, soothing, relaxing to the mind. It does so many things. And so, you know, and it's also like a muscle relaxer. So it stimulates circulation, but in like kind of a cool way, not like
Okay.
where it generates heat and so and it's like a muscle relaxer, a fascial relaxer. And
Okay.
so it hits a lot of things that could contribute to skin issues. It
Okay.
even impacts digestive function and reduces stress in a stress-plagued, digestive tract, and so it can have a regulating effect there. And so again, it's not so much about putting vetiver on the spots of the skin, but like kind of treating the skin as a holistic
Yes.
reflection of something happening. And I find a lot of times that if I go to the base of the skull with the vetiver, that some of the other symptoms will shift and change. And that area at the base of the skull, it has a big component of the connection between the mind and body, and it has a big connection between like maintaining the connection between like essence or the soul in the body. And so again, it's like kind of a manual override to help like increase the light, which improves vagal tone almost immediately. Like anytime the light comes in the body, your body goes into a deeper level or state of vagal tone. Um, or the vagal tone, I should say, improves. And so it kind of hits all of that. And so it's not super specific, but it's a very good general way to regulate a bunch of things. It's not mm, going to just resolve it quickly, but like if you do it over a period of time, you'll notice things just start getting better.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah, and I have both of those actually.
Yeah,
So,
perfect.
um, and then I just had a quick question about the Angel book.
Mhm.
Is it similar to all the handouts you gave us in the
It's
Angel
similar to
class?
the Angelic Encyclopedia that
Yeah.
came with the class. Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
There
Okay.
might be
Yeah,
a little
because
bit more information. I got a little bit more cleaned up, but it's
okay.
basically, yeah, I gave you guys the book like when we did that class.
Okay, cool. Yeah, thanks. Thank you so much for clarifying. Thank you.
Okay, some more shares and questions. Okay to include the soles of the feet as we are doing the backside.
Yeah, it's okay to do. It's not necessary. This is like really working more of like the aura. And so it's more about you're just anchoring your attention on the body. So you're affecting the area outside. And so for that, you can if you want, but it's not really super necessary.
Second time through, I was yawning over and over. Then they had little question marks.
Yeah, it's crazy how much, I mean, we don't, like I keep saying it, like we don't realize, like, my skin's all stressed out. But, like usually when you have like little dry patches or little rashes or something, I mean, another way of saying that is the skin is dysregulated or the skin is in a stress state. And, you know, when we start correcting and diminishing the dysregulation in the body then starts to kick off like stress energy, you know. So there's a kind of contamination that happens, that the contamination used to be in the inside of the body. And then when you undo the dysregulation, the body starts kicking it out. And so then it's like it's on its way out and it's beginning to linger in the aura and it's eventually going to work its way out. But a lot of times it's in the skin and then the energy around you. So if you were to look, there's like a kind of, you can tell when somebody's kicking off dysregulated energy, which we all should be doing all the time when our body's functioning right, because there's a level or degree of contamination in the aura. When somebody doesn't have that contamination, it means the dysregulation is not happening. We're in the loop of dysregulation. You know, so as weird as it sounds, that level or degree of contamination in the energy field is healthier than if it's not there. You know, of course, we want to flush it out, but when it's not there, it means it's all on the inside. So we're super dysregulated there, and we're super dysregulated in the mental faculties. You know, it just will distort perceptions. Yeah, kind of a weird thing, but
Love that. So much body tension has left.
yeah, isn't it weird? You know, again, I go back to the the pain class that was, God, that was like 10 years ago. 10 years ago? No, it was longer. It was like 13. God, I'm getting old. It was a while ago. And yeah, treating the skin for pain syndromes. You know, it was just too abstract. You know, we think very symptom oriented. And so it's like, why would I do that? You know, you don't really think about it. But when you think of it from a holistic point of view, or you know, for me, my early days of holistic principles were osteopathic. You know, we would mm, just start looking at things, and instead of going, okay, this symptom's there, we should treat it. You just start looking at the body, and you go, let's just start making things right. Like let's start making things function better. So you know, you look and you just start treating the problems that present themselves and you just keep going deeper and deeper into the body and, you know, looking at the body as a whole instead of as a piece. And as you go through and correct, a lot of times by the time you get to the symptom, it's already resolved itself, you know, because the body is really the thing that's healing things. You know, even when we treat things from a symptom point of view, we're kind of ignoring the body. You know, we're going, I need to make this happen. I need to make this go away. I need this to be like it used to be, where the body is out of sync. It's out of a kind of harmony. And so if we keep going, let's just keep making the different aspects of the body function better. And as we do that, some of these symptoms are going to resolve because the body has this innate ability to heal. And so you just basically keep going. Let's help the body help itself, help the body help itself, help the body help itself. And then at some point, it just starts resolving things that some of it you're aware of, and some of it you weren't even aware of. You know,
Thank you for explaining so great. Does baking soda take away from salt bath?
no, no, no. In fact, it probably even increases moisture in the skin. Yeah. I used to do that. Actually, I used to mix. This was more for like soft tissue and joints and things. I used to mix like the salt, I'd put the salt in the bath, but I would mix equal parts baking soda and powdered mustard. And then I would put a couple scoops of the powdered mustard and baking soda in the bath. And that would treat like joints and fascia and soft tissue. It's a very, very old school. I mean, I think we have 100 pounds of mustard back there still from, um, yeah. Uh, and yeah, my skin always felt great afterwards.
What is in the Moisturize Revitalize blend? I think it might be my new favorite blend.
Yeah, it's the carrot seed, cistus, dark blue tansy, green myrtle, helichrysum. Yeah. Yeah.
I'm with them. I can't stop smelling it. I'm like,
Yeah, it's a delicious blend.
like you're talking and I'm like,
Again, the big hitters for cosmetic industry is cistus, green myrtle, and helichrysum. And then there was a company, I don't remember what the company is, but um, their whole thing was dark blue tansy. They put dark blue tansy in everything. And then there was another cosmetic company that they had different lines, and they had one aspect of their line. I don't know if they still do it, but it's all parsley. Like it's just everything parsley. Parsley lotion, parsley soap, parsley shampoo, parsley conditioner. And so again, like a lot of these things, I think carrot seed probably hasn't made it in the mix, um, just because it's probably not the most pleasant smelling. I don't think it's the most bad, but it's not like you smell carrot and you go, mmm, you know. But it's one of the best things for sluggish skin, like really super sluggish skin. Yeah. The other area that you could really focus on skin is when people are going through chemo and radiation. But I usually don't talk about it very much just because they're usually all pretty overwhelmed and I don't want to give them just like a billion things to do. So I usually just hit the high notes and don't really go too in depth.
I would totally buy a feet mask. Love that idea.
I have a 5-gallon drum with the stuff to make it. I've been ready to go for a while.
Yes, please.
Maybe,
I want and love feet masks.
yeah,
I love paraffin feet and hand soaks.
yeah, yeah. The base that I have is got what is it, apricot pit?
Yeah.
It's got all that to do the exfoliating and yeah, that might have to be a new project.
Ooh, fancy, someone said.
Yeah.
Question, how much pool salt do you add to the bath? I look for it.
Well, there's probably how much you should, and then there's how much I do. Um, um, I know, like maybe a pound, maybe 2 pounds. I might do a little bit more, but
Back to the foot stuff. They go, yes, yes, and hands, please.
yeah, yeah, it would work for either. Because you could use it on elbows, you could use it on the knees, areas that tend to get dry.
What are your thoughts about Blue Lotus for skin? It's got high frequency, it feels like.
Yeah, yeah, it could be helpful. It just would be super expensive. The kind of the nice fix with that is instead of using the essential oil is to use the tincture, like in the body tonic, like when I make a Blue Lotus body tonic, or what's the other one? Devil Chaser, which is Blue Lotus and some basil. Um, you can get the benefits of the tincture, and it does have a little bit of essential oil, but it cuts down the cost quite substantially, and it's very, very soothing to the body.
Would doing the advanced approach art program enhance this process?
Probably not, because this is not necessarily for an ORIC program. So we just were kind of systematically treating the aura. I don't know that doing that would enhance that a whole bunch. I mean, it wouldn't hurt, but it probably, going through and doing this over and over again would probably be more effective than doing the advanced approach. Excuse me.
And just so you guys know, Greg did say that those other oils are good for this process as well. When we send the recording link out, I'll have all those oils in the updated workbook PDF. So you'll have that. And Robert did post in the chat as well. If you have a personal product request that something's not on the site, just email us at info@plantpranaoils.com, or we actually have a product on the site called a personal product request. So you can add that to the cart. And then in the notes at the end of checkout, you just let us know what you're wanting. And so just want to make sure you guys knew that. And great questions, great shares.
Yeah. Who would have thought? Talking about the skin, and who would have thought?
He gets time though.
Yeah, we're going to jump over to the Astara Sunday Sacred Space and join us if you can. It will be kind of related to this. We'll revisit the thing that we started off with yesterday and do it without oils, but we'll be doing it. And then we'll come back from lunch at 1:30 Central Time, so hour and a half, and we'll hit the ground running and think we start talking about Uncle Bob. Hey, everybody, let's come on back. And if you're following along in the booklet, we're on page 4. Difficult people. I don't know. The reason that I thought I'd throw this in is 'tis the season, going into the holiday season, we start to interact with our family or whatever. And, back a few years ago, I started talking about, dealing with difficult people in the family. And I started using the term Uncle Bob just because I didn't want to name the people in my family that I was talking about. So I referred to them as Uncle Bob. A lot of times we have a difficult or obnoxious person in our family that we have to interact with because they're family, right? Sometimes there's more than one, but, an Uncle Bob is kind of like I don't know, slang or even an archetype of just dealing with obnoxious or difficult people. And it doesn't have to be a relative. It could be somebody in the office. It could be, an acquaintance. It could be, whatever. But we all have them in our lives. And so the idea of Uncle Bob is dealing with these difficult people. And we look at the interactions, we look at things they say and how should we act. But if we set all of that aside and we look at it from the point of view of our nervous system, how this person impacts our nervous system, our series of reactions, instinctive responses, how our body generates some sort of emotion that might be associated with, a protective nature or dealing with the potential for rejection or abandonment or whatever it might be. The more that our nervous system is in a vagal tone state, like it's deepened its vagal tone, which is rest and repair, the more we're going to process the emotion in the moment and the less reactive we're going to be, right? The more that we try to fix it or get them to understand, or that's just like behavior. But if we look at our system, we go into a fight flight, we go into a pattern or a loop. We go into this loop because either something they've done in the past, or we've dealt with Uncle Bob's in other situations where we have this tendency to go into some loop, and they're just pushing the button and throwing it on the pile of all the other things that have happened in the past. So this dysregulated state is the repetition, both in the mind, our behavioral pattern, and the emotions that get stimulated in this interaction. And so we're going to be dealing with the Uncle Bob component first, which is just our reaction to difficult people. And then we're going to look at the dysregulation with the alchemical aspect, which is breaking out of a particular pattern in segment 6. So we're going to do 5 and 6. And a lot of times when we do deeper vagal tone work accompanied with dysregulation, we kind of do both sides of the coin. Because just because you improve vagal tone, which is rest and repair and the processing of emotion, and also saying, okay, even though this person's being obnoxious, I feel safe. I'm okay. I can walk away. You go to that place where you discharge the defensive or protective qualities that get generated in the body. You go to a state of completion and then eventually go back to that state of regulation. Regulation is vagal tone, right? And those first few steps are the component of being stuck in the pattern, but being called to take some sort of action or activity, which is another way of saying you got triggered, right? So we want to reduce the triggers, which we'll be addressing in segment 6. So, So with that, we're going to just kind of think about some difficult people in our lives. The term Uncle Bob just means anybody difficult. You might know him, you might not know him. There's a part of my family that's that whole little section of the family is a section of Bobs. You know, you could call Thanksgiving a meeting with the Bobs. That's the beautiful thing about getting older, is I don't have to go to Thanksgiving with them anymore. So with that, first let's talk about oils. You have the blend Uncle Bob. Then you have anise, basil, blood orange, Egyptian geranium. Any form of geranium would work. Egyptian geranium's a little more heady, like it stimulates the vagal tone response a little bit better. But lavender, Lydsea cubeba, Roman chamomile, and rose geranium. So you're picking your oil. Okay, so with whatever oil that you have, let's begin with, let's just think of that Uncle Bob. Let's just call it up in our mind, let our body begin to experience it so we can flush it out of the body to an even greater degree. Yeah, you could also use the protection blend for this as well. Protection premium. Okay, so we're recalling that person. You're not necessarily inhaling oils yet. You're just observing that person and whatever interactions you've had in the past. You're visualizing the ball of light. You're letting go of everything. You're visualizing the ball of light. You're completely surrounded by the ball of light and you're inhaling whichever oil you're using. And then pause and let go. And again, you're visualizing the ball of light. Then pause and let go. Let's do it again. Visualize the ball of light. Actually, let's do this. Think of the person. Even if you have multiple people, just pick one and just reflect on them for a moment. You don't need to inhale, just reflect on them. Okay, now let that go. Now listen to the body. Where do you feel something in the body? Okay, let that go. Visualize the ball of light. You're still visualizing the ball of light. You're inhaling the oil as you visualize the ball of light. Meditate on the ball of light as you take a nice, long, slow, deep breath. And then just pause. Just pause. In, visualize yourself in a ball of light. Inhale with your awareness on the ball of light. You're inhaling with your awareness on the ball of light. Remember, this takes down dysregulation and improves vagal tone. It impacts self-image. You're inhaling with your awareness on the ball of light. And then just pause and let it go. Just let it incubate, let it go. Now we're going to do the materialization breath like we did yesterday. So again, bottle to your chest, chin is going to go down. Inhale, hold your breath, head up, exhale. That's one breathing cycle. We're going to do 8 or 9 of them. So we're going to do it at your own pace. So hold your bottle to your chest, chin down, and do 8 or 9 of the materialization breaths. You're just being still. Bottle to your chest, chin down. Let's do another 8 or 9 of the materialization breaths at your own pace. One more time. Bottle to your chest, chin down, 8 or 9 of the materialization breaths. Just being still. Just being still. Now, keep in mind, we're trying to unwind the nervous system so that intuition and healing can happen, and that we can break out of these patterns, these reactions or interactions with somebody like this. So you're going to use the same oil, and we're going to do a thing on the 5 senses, but with our awareness on the back heart. Right? So your awareness is between your shoulder blades and on your eyes at the same time. So your awareness is on the back heart and your eyes, and take nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Now, you're going to keep your awareness on the back heart. Your awareness is on the nostrils. The awareness is on the back heart and the tongue, both at the same time. And the ear canals, the back heart and the ear canal. and the back heart in your face. And then just pause and be still. Again, let's visualize the ball of light. Your awareness is the ball of light. You're inhaling with your awareness on the ball of light. And then just pause and be still. Just let it incubate for a minute or two. You're just being still. Now, reflect on the Uncle Bob that we started with. Go back and just see how that feels. Okay, and let that go. that feel for you. So let's go ahead and do some shares and questions. You can unmute yourself, type in, how did you do? How did you do it? So yeah, it was intense.
I liked the back heart with the senses. Certain, it was interesting just to see how certain like ones were harder to hold on to. Like the back heart I could do the whole like, but like from nostril and like the tongue one, they were a little different, just how the senses are a little different maybe. I don't know.
So part of that, like going through and doing it with back hard and then the different senses, in some of the classes we've just gone directly to the senses, and that's still doing something. But when you go through and you start mixing it with chakra, the tendencies, like here we're looking at, okay, we are interacting with an Uncle Bob, and there's a pattern with an Uncle Bob. We're locked into this pattern that maybe we get triggered or whatever it is. And yes, it's in the nervous system, but it's in the senses. It's like your senses are like focal points for the potential triggers. I mean, it's a lot more complex than that, but if you just kind of think of it like that, so like you unwind it in the body, but it's like you unwind it, but then the senses go, okay, don't worry, I'll find it again. Like we'll reinforce the pattern. We'll never forget. You can go ahead and do that. And so when you unwind it out of the senses, it's like you're literally starting to let go of the pattern, and the senses are tied both to a potential to the higher nature, but also it's processing survival or protective drives, you know, that we're trying to break out of. We're trying to let go of that survival mechanism. We're trying to let go of that protective mechanism. Not that we don't want to be protected and not that we don't want to survive, but we don't want to still be behaving based on something that happened 30 years ago. We want to be doing it right here, right now. And so we have to kind of re-educate the senses so we can be in the present and not being always held hostage by the things in the past. And so by going through and doing this, you're freeing that up to a certain extent.
We had some shares come in, but I just wanted to say, I was using protection to start with, and it just got a little too intense. Like whatever was happening, it was a little too intense. So I switched over to protection. Did I say that wrong? I did Uncle Bob to start.
Right.
Then I went to protection. And it just felt a little more doable. And at the end, when you like very end let go, like part of me is like, I don't know if I can let go. It's like things are moving and you're like, is it safe? I think I'm safe. I don't know. Am I safe? So it's kind of funny. Someone shared, ditto. I really liked the back heart with the senses. Another, loved the five senses practice. The basil felt very powerfully cleansing and purifying than the Egyptian geranium, which felt more grounding. Please share more about the qualities and impact of these oils indicated. Thanks.
Yeah, it would be kind of complicated. I would say better to do it like on a like an experiential level than an intellectual thing. Sometimes we can talk it out, but those components, like they would have an impact, but better just to like experiment with each one. We're trying to wake something up from the inside out, and it's not so much about the properties, it's more about a kind of journey. If you so sorry, but
In just a second, let me make it so you can unmute yourself. Yeah, go ahead, Teresa.
hey,
Hello. That was interesting. We went to the back cart and I was out, and then somewhere into just being totally gone, sleeping, I could feel my heart race really heavy. And then I woke back up and I think we were done. That was it.
oh good. I mean that's good. Like we're working vagal tone so that you get knocked out. Something was healing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was clearly something that had impacted me because, the heart racing felt like something was going on, right? Like it was some fear response, right?
Probably like fear response or some protective response, something in that dysregulation like phase. Yeah,
Yeah.
you know.
And can you tell me the difference in what is in Uncle Bob or Uncle Bob Premium? Because I used Uncle Bob.
Oh, I'd have to look it up. I can't remember.
Okay.
Well, Uncle Bob would be the oils that are listed there.
Okay.
But let me find Uncle Bob Premium. And so what did you use? You used Uncle Bob Premium?
No, I just used Uncle Bob, but I was curious what was in Uncle Bob Premium.
Can't find it.
I don't know if we have an Uncle Bob Premium. We have the new alchemical Uncle Bob, but that works the next
Oh,
one, which is the dysregulation.
okay.
Is that what you're talking about?
That's what I meant,
Okay.
actually.
I was like, boy, I really don't remember that one.
Sorry. I
That's
totally was
okay.
really out of it.
No, that's okay. So, yeah, because I was like, boy, it sounds like something I would have done, but I can't
Totally was.
remember. So alchemical is the dysregulation part. Uncle Bob
Okay.
is vagal tone. Vagal tone being also intuition, and
Yep.
then the alchemical is dysregulation of the sympathetic nervous system or intellect.
Okay.
Yeah.
Super.
So we're
Sorry.
going to use alchemical Uncle Bob in the next one.
Okay. And
Yeah.
what is in that one?
Uh, sorry, I have many recipe books. Actually, it's probably It's the tarragon, dark blue tansy, rose absolute, yarrow, milfoil, helichrysum, poplar balsam, and palo santo.
Oh my gosh, that
It's like
sounds.
all the single oil choices of the
Yep.
next.
Oh,
Yeah.
that sounds amazing.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Someone shared my right side of my kidney is irritated a little. I used basil.
The right side of your kidney. Yeah. Could just be something coming out of the kidneys. You know. Sometimes it's not the kidney, but it's like the fascia or the connective tissue around that area. Could be that as well.
I think I have taken all the Uncle Bob classes, and now I only have a couple Uncle Bobs and rarely have to interact with them.
Oh, good for you.
However, I do have people who I mostly like and get along with, but there are some weird energy blips with them. I'm wondering if this would help with those relationships.
Yeah, it would still help. I would still do it like that. Even though they're not Uncle Bob, it still is that. Yeah.
I had difficulty letting go of my awareness on the eyes when we moved to the nostrils. Is that connected to the sense of sight?
Maybe explain a little bit more what you mean by that. Like sense of sight in what way?
Greg, that's me. It's Barbara.
Oh,
Um, I'm just curious. It was very obvious that my eyes were still part of my awareness when we moved on to the nostrils and perhaps the next one. And I was using protection and I didn't know
mhm.
the sense of sight played stronger into anything we were doing, or if it was just because we
Like
started there.
sight in general, or
Yeah,
like
regular
I
sight.
would. What's that?
Regular sight, not.
I don't know that it has to do with regular sight. Like here, we're talking about like in the states of like dysregulation and like struggling with vagal tone when we're looking at these particular situations. It's like within that sphere of then the senses. So it wouldn't necessarily just be the sight in general.
Okay.
That's why I wanted to
Yeah.
clarify is it's not necessarily, we might have that pattern in a lot of different areas. But like if you think of the idea of like being in a place of fight flight, you know, we're looking for dangers, where maybe avoiding situations. And so, like that kind of side, but it's still more in the like survival mode, defensive mode, not just like the normal kind of side.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's almost like if you think about it like this, it's more about like how the sight gets used rather than the act of just seeing things.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. In one of the classes, I don't know when it's going to happen, but I have a class written out that there's like survival lens and trauma lens and like different kinds of seeing, and it's to even take like that idea of the senses and to even look at because out of all of them, like hearing and the sight are the two big ones. Like the really like if they're going to get fixated, those are the ones. They're very survival oriented. And to really even keep breaking down the potential dysregulation in the senses and to take it a step further and go like even within that sense, there's different kind of levels or layers of, you know, perceiving, or it's not even perceiving. Sometimes it's a kind of fixation of the nervous system. Like I'll give you an example. say you get a new car, you get orange Subaru or something. Then all of a sudden, when you're on the road, you become aware of all the orange Subarus that are on the road, right? That's a kind of like lens, or it's a kind of thing that the nervous system like starts, that's what it starts to see. There's a bunch of other cars on the road, but really all you see is the orange Subaru, right? Same thing happens for trauma, same thing happens for survival, same thing happens for a few other things. Like when you have that experience, all of a sudden it's kind of like all you see, if that makes sense.
It does. And it's very
Yeah.
interesting.
Yeah. And you can unwind it.
Right.
Yeah.
Great. I think about the conditioning of
Right.
what I took in from my mother's anxiety around mortality or what have you.
Right.
And yeah,
Right.
look forward to that class.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And go ahead, Robert.
Hey.
Hey, Greg. So, a couple of my clients are going through a divorce, and
Mhm.
a divorce, you can really look at it as like an Uncle Bob, but it's not a family member. It's someone who
Right.
signed up to be family, but is now dismissing
Yeah, I would
themselves.
call it Uncle Bob. Yeah.
Okay,
I
so
mean, I
they
would
fit
call a
in.
jerk at work Uncle Bob. I would call uh, even
So,
just acquaintances or something.
so
Got a
anyone
few
who's
Uncle
in a
Bobs in that
challenging
arena as well.
relationship,
Yeah,
any
yeah.
challenging relationship. Okay, good.
Yeah.
And the class you were just talking about that sometime in the future about the senses is I've seen a couple combinations in recent classes where you do the senses with one specific center and then the five senses.
Uh-huh.
Is that like the class for the eyes will be all the different centers with the eyes?
All the different centers in the eyes is in the angelic awareness class in December.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, like we're
Oh,
going
the
through it
11
all.
portals.
Yeah, yeah,
That's okay.
yeah.
And then there's other ones that take the five different senses, the other four senses.
Like in the angelic awareness, we're doing all the senses, like all the centers, all the senses.
Oh, okay. Great.
Yeah. And
Thank
it's
you.
more involved, but yeah,
Right.
yeah, yeah.
It's always more involved. Great. Good.
Because the thing with that too is part of what you're doing is like working the energy centers and the five senses. This is going to sound really weird. Like we're talking about weird stuff, but this is also going to sound really weird. Um, when you work those two together, it's a way to, you're unwinding the fixation. Like you stop seeing orange Subarus, and then pretty soon you just see Subarus, and then you just see like little wagons, hatchbacks, and then pretty soon you just see cars. Like you keep expanding like your awareness. And if you think about it, in a sympathetic state, the pupil gets really small. In a parasympathetic state, it gets really big. Like you're able to take in more information in that parasympathetic state. So like you're literally like opening up the lens through what you perceive. When you perceive through a sympathetic dysregulation, you also have a dysregulated or a distorted type of perception, right? So like you only see like orange Subarus and you only, whatever it is. And, even in Buddhism, in like inner practices, there's the purification on the five senses. With some of my Buddhist friends, we talk about that. And they'll like, in the inner world, when you only see you only see those things in the inner world, like and not just outward, but also inward, you know. And so, we laugh about it, but really it's kind of not super funny because it is like a kind of place where you get stuck. But when you go through and you unwind these different aspects with the five senses and then each of the centers, there is the positive quality and the negative quality to each of the energy centers. And you're letting go of seeing things through the negative qualities of the energy centers. Like you're seeing like the more positive or the more spiritual qualities like through those eyes. You're kind of waking something up, so to speak. And in doing so, when you work those senses and the energy center, this is the weird part, is you actually generate good karma by doing that. Like you diminish negative karma and you generate good karma because in doing so, you're sacrificing your animal nature whenever you do that. You're sacrificing your lower nature so that your higher nature can come in and go, let's look at it through the eyes of my higher nature versus always in survival mode or always in protective mode, which is drives of your primal nature.
So maybe I understood wrong. So hopefully you'll correct me if I am. In essence, what you're saying is when we're dysregulated, we are seeing things filtered through our energy centers, but in the negative aspect of
Yep.
those energy
No,
centers.
you nailed it. Yep, you nailed
Okay.
it.
And
Yeah.
so when we go through and do this work with the senses and the energy centers, we're basically going to be cleaning those filters so they're not dysregulated. There's a balance between regulation and dysregulation, and we get a clearer perception.
Right. I would say that like the name for seeing through the negative qualities of the energy centers, like we sense things through like, all the five senses. And so it's called the clopothic lens in mysticism. It's not talked about very much. You have to go really super deep to find something about that. But it means like the the fallen tree, like the negative aspects in the tree of life. You see things through the primal aspect, right? And so the flip side of that, when you see it through the higher qualities, is what I'm calling angelic awareness.
Mhm. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay. I'm looking forward to that
yeah.
class. It just the name of the class is intriguing. The 11 angelic portals within you. And
Mhm.
it's like, oh, so I now know them to be energy centers, but there's far more to it, I can tell.
More to it than like an energy center or chakra. Yeah, it's almost like there's these like little realms. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
Thank you very much.
yeah. Kind of interesting, huh?
Uh-huh.
Question, will this help me not be a Uncle Bob myself?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. But if you're concerned about being Uncle Bob, oh, I hope I'm not Uncle Bob. You're probably not an Uncle Bob. Uncle Bob never worries about being an Uncle Bob. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, it's a good question, but you kind of answered it yourself. Like, if you're already asking that question, even if you were an Uncle Bob, you're on your way out to be just being Bob. Yeah, yeah,
And just because you rub Uncle Bob's the wrong way doesn't make
yeah,
you.
yeah. I would agree. That's actually a very good point. I would say if you rub an Uncle Bob the wrong way, Might be a little bit of a compliment.
Does that make you the Uncle Bob's Uncle Bob?
Right, right. Might make you an Aunt Betty. Or who knows what that means. Yeah.
Let's see what else. So we just did that one cycle.
Mhm.
You said it complements with what we're about to do next, right? So will we probably end up doing them together, like if we do them on our own?
Yeah, you could totally do them separately or together. I mean, it's always good to do vagal tone and dysregulation together. It makes it more potent, and it also helps to generate a lot more light or let more light into the body and into the system. And light is soul energy. And so, yeah. And in the next one with the alchemical Uncle Bob, we're going to be doing it, but with the back solar plexus. Yeah. So each, like in the angelic awareness class, um, we're going to do each center, and then each one we use on a different oil for each one. Yeah. Yeah.
Good shares, good questions, guys.
Yeah. So. Okay, how about we'll take a break? We'll come back at 25 after and we'll start segment 6 if you want to start looking for oils. Hey, everybody. Let's go ahead and come on back. We're on segment 6. So, alchemical Uncle Bob. There's a comma there for whatever reason. We can take that out when we redo the booklet.
Okay.
Or dark blue tansy, helichrysum, milfoil, palo santo, poplar, rose absolute, tarragon, yarrow. You can work with the same person if you'd like, but if not, you can try a different person. I would suggest maybe working the same person. So before we get rolling, observe that Uncle Bob, whoever that might be. You're observing them? Now let that go. Keep your eyes closed, just be still. You're feeling it in your body. The person you observe, you're now feeling it in your body. You're observing it in your body. You're listening to your body. Okay, let that all go. Just be still for a moment. And visualize the ball of light. You're visualizing the ball of light. You're visualizing the ball of light and you're inhaling. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just pause and let go. Just pause and let go. Just being still. Again, visualize the ball of light. You're visualizing the ball of light. You're inhaling. Your eyes are closed. Visualize the ball of light. And then pause and be still. And let's do that one more time. Visualize the ball of light. You're inhaling with your awareness on the ball of light. And then pause and be still. Okay. Your awareness is on the sex chakra. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on your low back, the back side of your navel. And then spinal awareness. So you're going to be aware of the whole spine. Wherever you feel a tension or a blockage, you're going to put your awareness on that spot and inhale. And then just pause and be still. Just pause and be still. Again, your awareness is on the sixth chakra. This one, yeah. And your awareness is on the low back, the back side of the navel, the Ming Men. Your awareness is on your spine. Check in with your whole spine. Find an area in your spine where there's like a tension or a blockage and hold your awareness there. If you can't feel anything, then just put your awareness on the whole spine. And then just pause and let go. Okay, so we're still using the same oil. You're letting everything go. And we're going to do the five senses again, but this time the back solar plexus instead of the back heart. So your awareness is on the back solar plexus, which is the mid back area below the shoulder blades, and your eyes both at the same time. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. You're on the back solar plexus, and your awareness is on the eyes, both at the same time. Your awareness is on the back solar plexus and the nostrils, both at the same time. Your awareness is on the back solar plexus and your tongue, both at the same time. Your awareness is on the back solar plexus and the ear canals, both at the same time. Your awareness is on the back solar plexus and your face. And then just pause and be still. How'd that treat you? Visualize yourself in a ball of light. Inhale with your awareness in the ball of light. And then just pause and be still. Let the process go for you, though. Just let it incubate. Okay, let's go ahead and do shares. Questions? You can unmute yourself. You can type in.
Yeah, I think that one felt super different
Oh, yeah. Yeah, yeah.
than any, obviously, but
Mm. That one, you are literally breaking out of the pattern. Like the other one, you're kind of breaking out of the pattern, but you're calming the responses, you're processing emotion, you're doing things. That one is literally calming down the dysregulation here and breaking out of a pattern. You're completing the neural cycle. You're diminishing that defensive or protective energy and coming to a place of completion as far as interacting with Uncle Bob, and then going to a place of potential regulation.
someone shared my ear cat. Sorry, let me speak. My ear canals. Wow. I unheard so much.
Good for you.
Stick a fork in me because I'm done.
Yeah.
Bottle drop.
That's pretty funny.
Yeah, it feels like something broke up because I'm like, can't go back. That
Yeah.
kind of thing.
Yeah.
It's funny.
You know, if you think of an Uncle Bob, they like to push buttons, like they like to play the greatest hits. You know what I mean? And so when they interact with you, they know the button to push for you guys to have the interaction. And that they're conscious of it or not, it's usually to make themselves feel better, to stroke their ego, to make them feel comfortable or safe or secure, whatever it might be. Doesn't necessarily mean that it's healthy, but they're trying to find something outside of themselves that really is something that we find inside of ourselves. So, okay, we'll take a break. Come back at a quarter till, and we'll do angelic awareness. We'll do segment 7 and 8 together. That's the way I kind of laid it out. So, it'll be perfect. Hey, everybody. Let's come on back. We're at the top of page 6. We're on segment 7. So choices are the blend angelic awareness, angelica, blue lotus, cistus cypress, frankincense, kapur kachiri, myrrh, neroli, orris. I don't think anybody has orris, right?
No, I was thinking that too.
Or petitgrin, some form of petitgrin. So make your choice. Now there's a class, angelic awareness. This kind of touches on it. This isn't actually it, but it's starting to circle the drain, you could say. So we're going to do this, and let's actually prepare. Pull out your angel. One of the things was pull out an angel or an archangel for segment 8, because we're going to do 7 and 8, just boom, boom. They kind of feed off each other.
So maybe just give them a second.
Yeah, so yeah, give you just a little bit more time here to pull everything together. Okay. So you have your oil. We'll use the angel or the archangel in a little bit, but for right now, you have either angelic awareness or one of the single oils. You're visualizing a ball of light. Okay, your eyes are closed. You're letting go of the ball of light. Just keep your eyes closed, like you're kind of doing a meditation almost. Again, visualize yourself in a ball of light. And then pause and be still. Hey, your awareness is on your feet. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on your feet. Your awareness is on the perineum, the floor of the pelvis, between the sex organs and the anus, and the floor of the pelvis. Your awareness is there. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. You're visualizing the ball of light. Okay, now go to your hip muscles. Basically, you're going to like the butt cheeks, like your awareness is on your butt cheeks and around the sides, like your hip muscles. Go to your mid spine, the vertebrae in your mid back, below your shoulder blades, all the way down to the back side of your navel, but on the spine. Your awareness is on that area of the spine. Your upper spine, the vertebrae in your upper back between your shoulder blades. And then your awareness is on the jaws, like on the where they hinge, but also the muscles, all the muscles in the jaw. Keep your awareness on your jaws. Now, move your awareness to your breastbone, that bone in the center of your chest, but like your awareness is on the bone itself. Your awareness is still on the breastbone. Just pause and let go. Keep your eyes closed, just let it incubate, like you're kind of meditating. You're using the same oil. Your awareness is on the bottom of your tailbone and the eyes at the same time. Your awareness is on the bottom of the tailbone in your nostrils. The bottom of the tailbone and the tongue. Bottom of the tailbone and the ear canals. The bottom of the tailbone in your face. And then just pause and let go. Keep your eyes closed. Kind of meditate a bit with your eyes closed. You're visualizing a ball of light, still using the same oil. Visualize a ball of light. Then pause and be still. Again, visualize the ball of light. You're inhaling with your awareness on the ball of light. And then pause. Reach for your angel. Your eyes are closed. You're still kind of staying in that same space. Visualize a ball of light and inhale the angel. Let it go. Okay, visualize the ball of light again. Inhale the angel or archangel. You're going to continue to inhale with your awareness on the ball of light. And I'm just going to say something a few times, but you keep inhaling with your awareness on the ball of light. Your awareness is on the ball of light. You're inhaling. Adonai, Aku, Adonai, Malku, 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 Adonai, Malku. Just let go. Let go of everything. Just be still. Okay, let's start kind of moving around a little bit. How'd you do? Okay. And maybe give yourself a minute and then come back to your body now. Yeah. Okay, we can do shares or questions if you'd like. You could also just hold that space and you don't have to talk. No. Go ahead and unmute or type in if you'd like.
One person typed in night night. Another, I feel very peaceful and calm.
Yeah. Yeah.
Someone shared, must I come back?
No, you don't really have to if you don't want to.
I saw an image of Eve receiving an apple. She held it far away from her without taking a bite.
Mm.
I became the light, was another share.
Nice. Good experience.
Working on telepathy.
Is Robert?
Yeah. I mean, how present, I don't know, but I could check in. But go ahead, Deanna. You
Hey,
can
hey.
mute yourself.
Hi, Greg. Hi, Sam.
Hey, how are you?
Good to see you. I haven't seen you in a while.
Yeah, it's been a while.
I know. Well, I just wanted to share with you that
Mhm.
I got sick like 2 months ago. I got influenza and I was
Mhm.
like really sick for 2 weeks. And after those 2 weeks, I was struggling to get better, like stronger, and my
Mhm.
lungs were like super congested.
Sure.
And yesterday, when we did the breathing exercise, I was
Mhm.
like having spasm. But I wanted to share with you as well that today I felt so much better.
Good.
I
Good,
was
good.
able to breathe again, and I was
Good,
like,
good,
oh,
good.
finally. So
Yeah.
it seems that if I just keep on practicing what you taught us yesterday, I'll be able to, to like fully recover. And I just wanted to thank you for that.
Oh, good.
Thank you
Yeah.
so much.
Good. I'm glad you're feeling better today.
Yeah, and today class it's been amazing. So
Oh,
I
good.
was able also to let go of my Uncle Bob.
Good.
Yeah, and this last exercise, yeah, very calming, very soothing, and I felt that I was removing things that I don't even know. Like a lot of stuff were coming out of my right shoulder.
Mhm.
Just like a very soothing healing. So thank you so much for that.
Yeah. Good, good, good. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
You're so welcome.
And Robert said, I'm here still yawning.
Yeah. The reason I was just curious, Robert, is we were talking about the portals a little while ago. So wanted to see how you did.
I have a it's not a heaviness, but an energy around my eyes
Mm,
that I'm not used to. It's almost like I'm sleepy, but I'm not.
right.
And I'm sure it will morph and shift in a short while as life resumes.
Yeah. Good.
We should have him do some really techie stuff right now. That's what I'm hearing him say.
1 + 1 is 4.
I always thought 1 + 1 was orange.
I didn't know that. I wonder computers are so hard.
And you're doing good.
Yeah, I mean, I fell asleep.
Nice.
I went
You went
into a
deep.
portal, deep
Yeah,
to
yeah,
a
you-
portal and lost consciousness. Is this related to the crystal skull?
Crystal Skull was preparatory for this. Yeah. 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 Okay, you guys. Well, I'm just gonna let you drift off. Maybe close your eyes and just let it sink in. There's definitely healing that's happening. And so we're still doing our org programming Tuesday night. And Wednesday night, we'll be doing part of a healing process. So, and if I don't get to see either one of those, happy Thanksgiving. So, this coming up weekend, we're gonna, have a holiday weekend with everybody. And then we'll come back and we'll go right back into the 7 layers of emotion that first weekend of December. So, which is kind of a good prep for the angelic awareness and the 11 portals. So, this was a little nibble of what that class is like. So.